Hi, welcome to another stream and a bit more knitting practice and learning. Hello Eastside. Yesterday was a wonderful day. After the stream I was hurrying up to the hardware store because it was getting closed almost. I end my streams at 7 p.m. and it closes at 8 p.m. So yeah, not a lot of room for actually getting there in terms of time. So yeah, I was hurrying up to the hardware store, and then at the parking lot, I quickly. You have a whole panel, nice work. Yeah, I was doing a bit of practice yesterday. And yeah, it was just growing and growing. But anyway, at the parking lot, I looked at my phone, and then I I was quickly putting it away into my pocket, and it slipped on concrete. So yeah, it's not in a perfect state now. It's not super bad. Like, most of the cracks are only visible at an angle, but still, I have a fairly big crack in here and in here at the corner, and then at an angle, if you look at an angle, you can see that there is crack in here across the whole screen, and here, and here, and in here, like this. So yeah, that's I would say suboptimal. Also, there is one in here. That one I think I didn't even notice earlier. And also the edge is a bit cracked. That I think is the more visible, more noticeable when normally using the phone than those on the front. So yeah, I will have to research how, I guess how just phones nowadays, or specifically how this phone is constructed. If the front glass and the digitizer beneath are somehow unified. They are somehow connected together, so you have to replace them at the same time, or maybe you can just replace the glass itself, because if you can replace glass itself, then it's actually quite cheap. It's like I don't know, $10–15. Of course, just the part itself, I would have to replace it myself if I wanted to do it at actually this price. But if I would need to replace multiple parts, both the front glass and the digitizer beneath, the digitizer is like the part that detects touches. There is just front glass digitizer for detecting touch, and below that there is a screen. So yeah, screen is completely fine. There is no problems with the screen. It does react normally to touch without any problem, so that also should be fine without any issue. And I hope that I don't have to touch, don't have to disturb the digitizer, that I can actually replace just the glass. But I don't think I will do that now. Well, definitely not now, but I don't think I will do that in the very near future. I don't know, maybe next year in January or something. I will think about this a little. But yeah, it was suboptimal. First I ran out of hair powder, and then I dropped at the beginning of the day I ran out of hair powder, and then at the end of the day I dropped my phone on concrete. But then I also saw the amount of your donation, that it was quite a bit bigger than your usual donations, and yeah, maybe yesterday wasn't that bad. And thank you again for the donation. Okay, so let's. I think I will actually give up on try on trying to do the continental method for now, at least. Maybe later in future, a bit further future. I will actually try to learn the continental method, but for now like this is difficult enough. Doing this on 2 mm needles and with this fairly thin yarn and everything. I think I do want to keep the difficulty level a bit lower. If you put packing tape over it, you can still use it, but it will not cut yourself on the glass edges. I don't think I will have. Really there is any problem with cutting myself on the glass edges. This is not that. This is not super sharp. I can easily move my finger over that, and I'm not cutting myself. So I don't think that that's actually a concern. I would be more worried that that the cracks will propagate or something, that they will become bigger. Happy to send them. Did you get your email? I missed it if you said it already. What do you mean my email? I didn't get anything. Like the last email I got on my on my on my streaming related email account was your email with the tracking number for the package. Okay, now I have to remember how to do that. This way, this. I sent you a sock design on your PO Box mail. Did you? Synchronize? I don't have anything in here. How about spam? Refresh? No, I also don't have anything in spam. Okay, maybe I will actually check the Gmail in the browser, because sometimes Gmail can be weird. And sometimes it can not show all the message all of the messages to the external client, but no, it doesn't seem like I have anything else in here. It's true, I have the same issue on my phone with the Gmail being weird. Yeah. I don't ever have any problems with my like personal email, because I host my own personal email with the what is this software? Wait, the Dovecot is for actually organizing emails, I think, on server, and then actually maybe this is handled by Dovecot. Anyway, I don't ever have any kind of problems with my normal personal email, but Gmail, and it can have issues. It can have problems. And actually other people also reporting it. Are also reporting it. Like when I was configuring MU4E, then there was a special section just dedicated to dealing with Gmail problems. And first suggestion to dealing with Gmail problems was to use some less problematic service, less retarded email service. With Gmail, I always have the problem that, like on my computer in MU4E, I'm opening the email on Gmail account. I'm opening the email, so I read that, and then I move it to trash, and then I synchronize the email with the server, and then on the next synchronization, I have one unread message because Gmail, the message is marked as read and moved to the trash, and then Gmail just unmarks it as read. So it is still in trash, but it's unread. I was actually considering I should actually do that. I was thinking about creating some special filter on like Gmail end to automatically mark all of the messages in trash as read, because it's quite annoying. Because in MU4E and Emacs, like out of the first position automatically is the unread messages. So then with Gmail problems, the actually read messages that are moved to trash are also there. And I can, of course, mark them as read again, and they stay read. But it is quite stupid that I have to mark them 2 times. Oh, I dropped one. I do have to look into settings of Gmail a bit better, a bit more in depth, if there is any possibility to prevent of that stupid automatical moving of messages between different folders, like automatically moving messages from inbox to all messages, or the Gmail equivalent of archive. Okay, now Pearl Stitch also, twist that a bit. For now, I'm just practicing the knit and purl stitch again for just a bit, and then I think I'm ready for trying some actual pattern. Hello, Atom. And also, I have to finally fix my 3D printer. It's actually standing in here. It's ready for fixing, for looking into it, but I just don't. I'm just not looking into it. I have to like dedicate some time to actually trying some other stuff. Like eventually I have to I just have to get it right, because there are not that many parts. And I was already looking into the this feeding gear and into the nozzle. So I think the only possible problem could be in the hot end itself. I think in the tube and the PTFE tube. So I have to pull that out, and I think that you have to heat up the hot end to pull that out, and then trim the end if it will have any problems, if it will be like partially melted or something. I will have to pull that out, trim that, and insert back in there. Well, tracking for your package is totally shot. It makes no sense. You mean the fact that I did check the tracking? You mean the fact that that it says something about no available recipient? Something that nobody was there to accept the package. I don't understand what they mean. I assume like this is some kind of distribution center or some other kind of office, so there was just no one at the office. Because their wordings make it seem like it's the actual destination. And you know, it's definitely not the actual destination. It looks like it's still in the US. It says it was in the wrong town. Also, it makes less sense that it was in the US. Our post is not good. Yeah, I did come into that conclusion. Like we like to whine about our post service, to complain about our post service, that it's so horrible and everything, but actually it doesn't seem that bad. It kind of feels like this situation, this kind of viral situation when some kind of Japanese train was like a couple seconds late, or I don't know, like a minute late, and the like rail service issued a formal apology to the passengers. So yeah, it does kind of feel like that. Maybe in comparison that we complain about our postal service, but then US postal service seems much worse. With with just the amount of time that it takes for the package to move. Okay, now this way. Within Europe, it's like, oh no, I'm ordering a package from another country. It will take 3 days instead of 1. It's horrible. Maybe they messed up and gave you actually the wrong tracking number. They gave you a tracking number for like a tracking number for some different person that was also sending a package at your location. because I don't understand this tracking information. It had been in Boston. I tend to think it's out to you. Not showing because it's overseas. I will go yell at people Tuesday. Okay, then another row of purl stitch, and done. Yeah, they are. Another row of purl stitch, and then I think I will try to do something more fancy, some kind of pattern, like try to do ribbing or something. See how that will go, and then if it will go fairly well, then I think I will try to look for a pattern for actual socks. And also learn how to actually read patterns. I have no idea about knitting patterns. How do knitting patterns work? Like, what is even a knitting pattern? I don't know. Yeah, let's say socks. Pattern. Are those like instructions? So, like written instructions? That many stitches this way, that many stitches that way. I'll reject all. Download. No, I don't want to create an account. What else? Sock knitting patterns for beginners. Where is some pattern? So this is the pattern. Texture pattern, row 2, knit, K1, P1. So I assume this is knit stitch and purl stitch. What does 1 and 2 mean? Like 2 rows of knit stitch? Or maybe two knit stitches? Like 1 knit stitch? Or 1 knit stitch, 1 purl stitch and 2 knit stitches? Time to go watch Yarnia, ask questions. And no, I will figure it out. Oh, let's see. Knitting, how to read patterns. How to read patterns. How to read knitting patterns for beginners. From the same website. Okay, abbreviations, basic of reading knitting patterns, legends of a legend with abbreviations, actual knitting instructions, sometimes a chart, gauge, size information, material you need, schematics. Okay. Knit stitch, purl stitch, CO, cast on, ST, stitches, cast on 7 stitches, row or round. Usually you need from right to left. Okay. Understanding knitting instructions. Knit all stitches, purl all stitches. Okay, numbers. Yes, numbers. Numbers aren't only used to count rows, but also stitches. So pattern you often find something like K7, knit 7 stitches, and then so this would be row 1, 2 knit stitches, 2 purl stitches, 2 knit stitches, 2 purl stitches, and 2 knit stitches. With that knowledge, repeat a typical 2x2 rib stitch would probably make more sense to you. Okay. Repeat of typical 2x2 rib stitch will probably make more sense to you. Why are they like alternating row to row? Oh, okay, that does make sense. Because with a different row you are flipping the needles. So yeah, you have to reverse knit stitch and purl stitch. Actually, maybe I will try that on actually this row. So let's see, in here. Actually, maybe not here. Maybe this will be still the row of purl stitches. Row of purl stitches, and then on the next row, still. Then on the next row I will try to start some ribbing. So yeah, I think I was saying something. I was thinking about a bit about other stuff I have to do, or I have to make, I want to make. And particularly about curtains. I want new curtains, and I was looking into the fabrics for curtains. And I'm actually considering polyester. Because like for myself, for my clothing, I would never consider polyester. And also just the cotton fabric would definitely be better, just out of principle. But it's also like 4 times more expensive. And I don't know, like maybe it will look slightly worse. I do have I am worried a bit that the polyester fabric, like polyester velvet fabric, will look like slightly plasticky, maybe. But buying actual velvet is not something is not very cheap. I don't think I want to make curtains and multiple curtains. Well, only 2, like 4 curtains for 2 windows. I don't think I want to spend that much money on that. I have other expenses. Like normally, for clothes, I would also be a bit worried, a bit concerned about microplastics, like with washing, like releasing all of those microplastics into the wastewater. But curtains, I think you typically don't really wash that often. So yeah, they would still be releasing microplastics, but fairly rarely. So I don't think it will have that big of an impact. Like some people have just polyester clothes and they wash them, I think, usually after every use. Unless they are one of those people that are fans of prolonging the prolonging the washing or the wearing cycle of underpants to 4 days. You know how you can like wear them in the reverse, like back to front, and then on the wrong side, and also like front to front and back to front. So you are expanding the days of wearing to 4 days instead of 1. So yeah, I guess maybe those kinds of people are washing their polyester clothes a bit less often, but still it's quite often. So I think this would be a bigger impact than washing polyester curtains once in a while. Okay, then I'm on the front side again, and let's try to do the ribbing. So I'm supposed to do 2 stitches, or alternating 2 stitches. So first 2 stitches of knit stitch. Knit stitch, another knit, then purl, okay, it's not that easy because you have to modify the grip. Purl, another purl, and knit. It does feel quite weird, but we'll get there, I think. I think I will have to do this for multiple rows to actually see something substantial, some actual ribbing. So yeah, now I have to remember. Oh no, I don't have to remember how I started. Wait, something is not right. And here, around. Okay, and the last one, let's do the knit stitch again. So then I will have to do 3 rows, three purl stitches, and then 2 reversing, 2 alternating. Three rows of purl stitches. Go in here. Around. One, two, and 3. then 2 knit stitches. One, two, three. Wait. Something is not correct in here. I did... Yeah, counting is definitely a big problem, a big difficulty. I did three purl stitches and 2 knit stitches, so why do I have 6 stitches in here? I don't think I'm able to count. Oh. I think I just messed up. Let's do like just entire row of knit stitches, maybe 2 rows of knit stitches. Okay, that one is... Yeah, now it's all kinds of weird. Did I mess up? Did I mess up like everything? Maybe this is supposed to be a purl stitch? I think I will do like 2 rows or something like that, and then I will figure that out, how to do it. Maybe I'm switching, but I was switching between purl stitches and knit stitches incorrectly. Maybe it was something like you have to keep the yarn in front and I was keeping it in the back, or something of that matter. Okay, I have says you were sent an email from Reverie Mail. Did that come through? Let's see. Okay, I do have an email, but this is not a relevant email. Yeah, this is an email about some new subscription on YouTube. No, I don't think. It doesn't look like I got an email. Spam again? No. I wonder about simple login. Simple login.io, I think. Okay, I have to log in into simple login. Login. Okay, so this was PO Box. Last received message was a week ago. So no, I'm like nothing even comes to my alias. Yeah, I will probably have to look at some tutorial how to do rib stitches. I think the problem is that I somehow mess up the transition between two different types. And instead of creating one loop, it creates two loops or something. I added a dot to your email that was incorrect. I'm gonna try to fix it. So additional dot that wasn't there. Yeah, I think on Gmail it doesn't matter. Gmail just ignores all of the dots and the email address, but it's not actually a thing, and it's not standard. Other email services don't do that. They treat John Doe and John Doe as two separate emails. So as it says, a simple login. Okay, on the other side. And yeah, now this previous row was completely messed up. So I will do another row of just knit stitches. And then with clean start, I will try to look for some actual tutorial how to do rib stitching. Now this is weird. Maybe I will do yet another row of knit stitches or purl stitches on the other side. Another row of normal consistent stitches, and then we'll try alternating. From here. Okay, so this will be fine and ready. Ready for something else. Full row of purl stitches. So knitting, ribbing, knitting, ribbing. How to do ribbing? Rib stitches in knitting 6 is easy ways to create the ribbing. Actually, maybe there is something in here on this website. Tutorials, how to knit for beginners. No, it was in here. Knit stitch, purl stitch, cast off, next post. Okay, how about this one? How to knit for beginners, tutorials. A lot of stuff in here. Helix knitting. What is this website? Nimble Needles. How to knit rib stitch pattern. Okay. Rib stitch, simplest common version, 1x1 rib stitch. You repeat one purl stitch and one knit stitch over and over again. Okay, there doesn't seem to be any actual tutorial. Maybe I can figure this out by myself. Ribbing stitches to upgrade your knitting skills. Combined knit stitches combined with cross stitches and repeating pattern. Yeah. The important thing to know is that knits and purls are worked the same way in ribbing as they are in other stitch pattern. As you'll see, yarn needs to go between needles rather than around. Wait, what? As you'll see, the yarn needs to go between the needles rather than around the needle, which would make yarn over, adding stitch, and hold your project. What? Like maybe these are holes? Looks like holes? Important thing to know is that knits and purls are worked the same way as ribbing, in ribbing as they are in any other stitch pattern. Okay, let's try to figure it out. So in here I will start with knit stitches. 2 knit stitches. Okay, and between, so now it has to go down. Maybe that was the problem. Up. Now down. It is definitely a big problem that knitting is actually too easy, and it's easy to just stop thinking, stop paying attention, and then you lose count. I wonder if you are doing this for a very long time. Wait. Yeah, this was correct. If you are doing this for a very long time, can this counting become automatic? Like you don't have to count anymore because you just intuitively know how many stitches you've done? You intuitively know that now you have to switch. I dropped a couple of stitches on the previous rows, but this is still uneven, because of course it is. Okay, so this was 3 knit stitches. Now let's do 3 purl stitches. And I think this time it's actually correct. Well, this seems a bit weird. Maybe I messed up in here. But other than that, it seems fine. Okay, 3 purl stitches. Three purl stitches, then 2 knit stitches. and out. And this is the part when I likely messed up, because this looks a bit weird. Okay, I think I should treat this as one stitch, because these are knit stitches, purl stitches, knit stitches. Okay, so then down, and here I have to make a purl stitch on both of those, I think. Or maybe just one, and the other one I will skip. Feels like I messed up. Yeah, kind of. No, okay, drop. That's fine. Around. Again, around. And out. I think that was two. Okay, now here. then the pearls. Okay, so this was 2 rows of ribbing. I don't think it's very visible yet. It will have to take some time. And maybe I messed up again in here. I can see in here that there are three loops stacked, bunched up with each other. So that's just messing up. That should have worked. Now you have one waiting, I think. One waiting. You mean you talk about email still? Simple login. I don't have any new email. The last email, according to Simple Login, is still 1 week ago. Or are you talking about something else? Okay, so those were purl stitches, I think. Yeah, those were definitely purl stitches. So now back to knit stitches. And also this is twisted. Yeah, knitting is definitely very hard on legs. My legs are gonna fall off. the worst thing is that if you skip one, if you miss one like purl stitch or knit stitch, then the entire row is gonna be off by one. And that would look weird. Looks like we have ads. Yeah, when you mess up, it's quite hard to go back. Maybe I have to skip that one. here I would mess up again. And I have 3 stitches at the end again, so it looks like I didn't miss anyone. 3 knit stitches, and then we start with 3 purl stitches. Let's see. Did I mess up again? Like this is fine, this is fine. Not sure about this. This looks wrong. And then purl stitches. What time is it? 4 p.m. Still, I still have 3 hours. So this was supposed to be 3 stitches, right? 1, 2, and 3. 3 purl stitches. And then under and knit stitches. Under. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, another one. Okay, then 2 purl stitches. And now something doesn't feel right. Two. Maybe it's fine. So now to... That's messing up, and not pulling the yarn under somehow propagates, and like even though I'm trying to fix it on the following rows, it's just always messed up on the following rows all the way up. Okay, again, here, in, around, and out. Okay, so those were knit stitches. So is it messed up now? Doesn't look like it is. So maybe it wasn't the fact, it wasn't the problem that it propagates. I was just very sloppy and I wasn't keeping attention multiple times. Okay, so those were knit stitches, 2 knit stitches. I think I have to figure out how to make my my lower fingers less tense because they hurt a bit. This slips too fast. Okay, again, here. Actually, I don't remember. And two, one more. No, I actually don't remember. Purl stitch, knit stitch, purl stitch, knit stitch. This way. I think now it's actually reverse. I've put this on backwards. Okay, counting. I'm losing count. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, I guess at this point you can actually kind of see the stripes in here, so you can just judge by these stripes. Hello, Foxy Summer Dance. Today I'm doing like no actually particular project. I intend to make socks, to try to make my own socks, but for now I'm just learning knitting and practicing the purl and knit stitches. Like at first I was practicing actually just purl and knit stitches, and now I'm practicing alternating. So I guess now practicing the ribbing stitch, the ribbing stitching. And yeah, this is wrong. This was supposed to be knit stitch. Okay. This way. I am slowly getting kind of it, but It's been only the third day, and that also includes like actually looking on the internet for tutorials and things like that. So yeah, I've been knitting for like, I don't know, what time is it now? I would say maybe 8 to 10 hours. 8 to 10 hours since I actually started knitting at all. Since I started learning knitting. Okay, back and then this. Looks like it's coming along nicely. Alternating knit and purl stitch like that is often referred as a ribbing. Yeah, I know. I was actually looking at like googling how to do ribbing stitching when I wasn't sure how to do that, because the first attempt at doing ribbing was like this row at the very bottom, and it was like the results were horrible because I dropped a couple of loops in here. Oh, it's all getting undone. But yeah, I was the results were horrible because I didn't realize that you have to pull the yarn under the needle. Okay, so what was I? If you're looking for patterns, Revelry is a good place. I don't think I'm ready for patterns yet. And for now, I'm just practicing the stitches itself to like make them actually consistent and to get a good like dexterity with the needles. And yeah, as I've been saying throughout this whole process, I think that learning knitting from scratch on 2mm needles is quite stupid. But you know, the project I wanted to do also looks like we have an ad, so maybe I will wait a bit. Okay, so these were purl and knit. So here let's try to rescue this. Okay, so ads should be over, and I was saying that I've been saying for this entire process that learning on 2mm needles is probably quite stupid. Like I've been looking at all the tutorials, and they are using dowels so thick that it looks like they are gonna stake a vampire with them, and then I'm like using these small wires, but that's what I want to use for the socks, because the end goal is to make socks. So at first I just looked at what do I need for socks, and yeah, the results, the websites I was looking at were saying that I need like one or I think two 25 or 2.5 millimeter needles, and then fingering weight fabric, yarn, I mean, fingering weight yarn. And yeah, so I got those. Those are not actually 225, these are just two, because I couldn't find 225 easily on one of the like auctioning services in Poland, because of the delivery costs. So yeah, I got those, the 2mm needles, and then I just started learning with those, and it was quite tough at the beginning, during first couple of hours, but then I'm slowly getting the hang of it, I think. So yeah, looking for patterns. I think I will maybe look for patterns today, for like actual pattern for socks. But now I don't think I'm ready for that yet. I think I still need like an hour or two of practice. Okay, this is fairly straight. Okay, so these should be purl stitches. So yeah, at first I didn't realize that you have to pull the yarn under the needle like that when you're switching. So I was just keeping the yarn on top, and it was creating problems. I think this is a bit tight. Practice really does help. Yeah, Wait, did I do this correctly? Okay, now I'm... Okay, I did already this much, and now I feel stuck. Like, which way am I supposed to go with the pearl stitch? Clockwise or counterclockwise? I think clockwise makes more sense. Anyway. And now because of that I'm lost with the counting. Because of this this thinking. 1, 2, 2. Okay, then knit stitch. I think it is quite possible that I was switching clockwise and counterclockwise the entire time. Does it actually make a difference? Let's see. If I do clockwise, then it's a loop. Counterclockwise. I think the result wouldn't be the same. Like one of them would have a loop rotated 180 degrees. I don't think so. Like that it doesn't make a difference. And here. Like maybe it doesn't make a practical difference in looks or anything, but I think it is like technically different, like geometrically different. I have to actually get my current project out to check. It is probably on one of those websites I have in here. Let's see, not this, knitting, custom, pearl stitch. Anything outside the video, pearl-wise? Right needle, stitch, left hand. Around it counterclockwise. I think it shouldn't really matter with the finished product, with the finished piece of fabric. If you are doing like all of the stitches clockwise or all of them counterclockwise, but I'm not sure about like switching halfway through. Okay, now it's which one should it be now? This should be knit stitch. In practical sense, it makes no difference. It does look slightly different in how stitches look. Yeah, because like if you go clockwise, it's like this. So yeah, the loop is rotated 180 degrees. Counterclockwise. I think I was doing counterclockwise the entire time. It's sometimes weird that that you are doing you are doing something for a couple of hours, and then you have this moment that you just doubt yourself, and you are not sure how you are doing that. Like in the middle of doing the action, you are not sure how to do the action. I guess your brain just switching to the automatic mode or something, and just erasing actual instructions from the memory. I get that with casting sometimes. If I think about it, I can do it. Yeah, I had the exact same problem. I was thinking I already forgot how to do the purl stitches, and I was doing this just automatically. So when I started thinking how am I doing it, then I just didn't know. If I think about it, I can do it. But I've been knitting for years and it's muscle memory now. Yeah, I want to learn the continental method, but it seems like it's much more muscle memory heavy. It's like, at least at the beginning for me, it's much more difficult. So I think like this learning method with very small needles and very fine, very thin yarn is already quite difficult. So I think I don't want to increase the difficulty level even more. And I dropped another one. But I want to learn it. I want to learn the continental method because it does look like you can go faster with the continental method. And also, when I was talking with my grandma about this, she just couldn't understand how you can hold the yarn in the right hand, because like we live in Poland, so the continental method is the normal method. Drop stitches are pretty common but easy to fix. Yeah, I think maybe also depends on the yarn, how fine and how fluffy it is. And like with this, I pretty often have a problem that it's hard to actually go into the loop, and instead I'm going through the yarn. And I think in here I messed up. Like I didn't pull the yarn under the needle. Looks like an extra twist in yarn here, in yarn there. You mean doing this? Or what? Like that the yarn is more twisted? Looks like no, the stitch were the mistake. Oh, the mistake. I think I like when you are switching between purl stitch and knit stitch, you are always like pulling the yarn under the needle. I think I forgot about this in here, and I had the yarn over the needle, and that created 2 loops instead of 1. Looped the yarn over the needle extra time. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, counterclockwise. So yeah, when switching, you're supposed to do this, pull the yarn under the needle, and I think I didn't. I just like held it above. So I'm very close, okay, maybe fairly close to actually making my own socks. And I forgot to count. Two, one more. I'm fairly close to making my own socks, starting making my own socks. So then I guess the only craft left would be to learn how to make shoes, and then I would be able to wear the outfit made entirely by me. I'm already making my own clothes, practically all of my own clothes. And then I would be able to make my own socks. So shoes are the only thing left. Though I think it will still take me quite a long time before I get to that point. Before I will even start thinking about shoemaking. Though my grandma is constantly nagging me about my work slippers that are slightly falling apart. And I don't want to buy new ones because all the new ones are quite horrible. They are always falling apart, so I would like to make my own that would be actually sewn together, not glued together. And I would also like slippers actually covering the heel, like some moccasins or something like that. Because I'm always annoyed when I walk on trash or something. I have a problem that all of that stuff is coming behind my slipper and inside through the heel. Is this the messed up part? No, I don't think so. Maybe this was messed up previously because this is quite weird. In some places it's a bit too tight. Or maybe even a lot too tight. So yeah, this is this problematic spot. Hmm. Okay, I think I slightly messed up. But anyway, looks like in here we have 2 pro stitches, so let's continue with that. It almost looks like you have a dropped stitch there. Yeah, probably. It's just practice piece, so I'm not really that concerned about some dropped stitches. I'm gonna rip the entire thing anyway. I don't know what was happening in here. But in some places in here it seems somehow super tough. Okay, so those two. Yeah, those are the 3 knit stitches. And yeah, knit stitches here. And yeah, I messed up a bit, I think, so maybe I will do another row of just knit stitches. And then try to continue with the ribbing. Yeah, and I think that I skipped one, or maybe even two. Or maybe, no, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, this seems like a consistent ribbing all the way down, and in here it looks like it's like the low spot in here, low line in here, and then the high line. I don't know how they are called, but yeah, the lower bit and sticking out bit looks like they are reversed in here for some reason. Okay, so let's do a row or two of just the stockinette stitching, and then we'll have a fresh start. Okay, maybe in here I will start with purl stitches, just because of those first two. I can't seem to go in here. And the last one. Okay, that's the one row of purl stitches. And then let's do the knit stitches again. And I feel like I'm faster with knit stitches, but yesterday at the end of the stream I was actually measuring, and it ended up, well, not quite at the end, but towards the end of the stream I was actually measuring, actually timing it, and in both ways, both with purl stitch and the knit stitch, it ended up being about 4 minutes. So I don't know. It feels much faster, but looks like it's actually not faster. So now I have a fresh start for the next attempt at nice consistent reading. Do I want to start it at the back? I think it shouldn't really matter that much. Typically, you would start with a knit stitch. Yeah, I think maybe it would be easier. Okay, let's, in that case. Well, what do you by start with a knit stitch? You mean at the front? Like on this side of the fabric? Because like this is technically the row of knit stitches, but at the back, after reversing, these are, I guess, purl stitches. Okay, let's do another row of purl stitches. Oh, unless you meant typically you would start with a knit stitch. Unless you meant like first stitch in a row. I meant like previous row, like previous row of purl stitches or of knit stitches. That was not correct. It is quite bent. Oh, let's see. Well, at least for now it's just gonna be bent. Doesn't seem to create much of a problem. Okay. So now I'm at the front again. And let's start the ribbing first with 2 knit stitches. Then under and 2 purl stitches. Maybe this will actually be a good exercise for my problems with attention, because with knitting you have to keep attention. Like, I guess if you're doing just like a stockinette stitch or something, you don't really have to keep attention, but if you're doing some actual pattern, like ribbing, you have to actively count how many stitches you did this way and how many that way. Too much tension. Are the needles starting to bend? Too much tension? The yarn being pulled too tight? Yeah, I'm still not controlling the tension very well. Like, it's been much better since I started. At the start I couldn't do a second row at all, but now it seems much better, but it seems a bit inconsistent. Like, sometimes the tension, I think, is fairly good. Like, I don't have any problem. Like, I think this is good. This is a fairly big loop in here. But sometimes it's not so easy to pull. So looks like I'm not very consistent with the tension. Okay, this is fine. Now what I'm doing? Those are purl stitches. Two. Wait a minute. 2 purl stitches. I want to undo that. Let's go back to the needle, onto the needle. Okay, 2 purl. Now it should be knit stitch. And I assume you're talking about like needles bending in here at the top. I don't think I noticed that. Like from the tension, they are bending at the top, because if you're talking about the fact that they are bent at all, like earlier I was showing that they are becoming slightly bent. I'm actually keeping bending them in here. Like I'm holding this needle too tight, and I'm bending them between my fingers. So they are getting bent on the lower end. Okay, those are 2 knit stitches, now 2 purl stitches. And that's probably also not very good, but I don't think it has any effect on the actual fabric. Yeah, you can see that they are bent on the lower end. Okay, now starting from knit stitches again. And I'm trying to hold the needles a bit lighter without bending them. Yeah, this is still correct. So looks like the second row is coming to the end, and I still don't see any mess ups. So yeah, the second time look like it's much better. And the last one. Okay. Now another row. Starting again from knit stitch. It is quite interesting when you think about the fact that knitting is basically just a way of easily pulling loops through other loops. Because like now I'm creating a loop and just pulling it out. And then creating another loop, pulling it out. It feels kind of like quite complex and quite easy at the same, and quite complex and super easy at the same time. Super simple. Quite complex with this fairly mechanical action of wiggling those two needles to create a desired result, to achieve the desired result. Those are two. Yeah, these two are the stitches. Two. And the last one in this row. Out and done. Looks like something is starting to form, and we'll see if that will be actually consistent. So, can you develop intuition for creating a reading? Or do you always have to pay attention and actually actively count? Is it possible to turn into auto mode for this? Do this on autopilot? I don't want to speak too soon, but I think that I didn't mess up at all, even a single time in those couple of rows in the second attempt. So looks like I am in fact getting a hang of it. Something is not right now. Yeah, I think I didn't actually do anything with that loop. Okay, definitely. So these two are purl stitches. Now knit stitches. Still a bit. Let's do another row. One concern with using those needles like that close to my keyboard is the fact that my keyboard is not doesn't have any kind of case. So if I touch the keyboard with the needle, I can accidentally type something, or even worse, create a short, which wouldn't be very good. Okay, net pearl net. Maybe someday I should actually make a case for that keyboard. Well, I assume that there are some 3D printed files, like files for 3D printing for a case for that keyboard. This is a fairly popular keyboard. and 2 purl stitches. So on this row I did start doing this kind of automatically already. Let's see if I'm also automatically switching the correct way. Yeah, I don't see any problems in here, any mess-ups. And the ribbing also seems actually correct. Seems to be going straight. Okay, now another one with the knit stitch again. It's quite nice to have an even number of pairs, because then I'm always starting with the knit stitch. I don't even have to think about starting, about switching. How goes the knitting? I think it's going fairly well. It's slowly becoming quite automatic. Like the stockinette stitch, so alternating knit and purl stitches on the rows, alternating rows. Those were, I think, already coming pretty well. But now, at first, I had some problems with ribbing. So alternating knit and purl stitches knitwise, like column-wise. But that it seems like that's also starting to be a bit easier, a bit more intuitive, maybe. So I think pretty soon I will be actually ready. I messed up in here and messed up. This was not supposed to be like that. Yeah, here I was supposed to switch already. But yeah, I think that pretty soon I will actually be ready for using some actual pattern, not just this practice piece. Okay, I think I reversed it. Now this is better. Around and out. What's the time? Okay, so I have 1 more hour. I don't think I will actually start knitting socks today. But maybe tomorrow it is quite possible that I will actually start the goal project, the actual intended project tomorrow. I will start knitting socks. I feel like I'm slowly becoming ready for that. And here for this, I have already a couple of rows of this ribbing, and this is the second attempt for ribbing. Okay, here is the first attempt, and it was kind of messed up in many places. And in here, this is the second attempt, and I think I didn't mess up at all in those couple of rows, because like one way you can mess up when you switch. Where am I supposed to switch? Yeah, actually in here. So now I'm supposed to switch, and the main way I would mess up is to just leave this yarn on over the needle, on top of the needle, and actually when you are switching, you are supposed to pull it under the needle, because otherwise it's creating additional loop. And I think I didn't actually do it at all on those couple of rows. Two, 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 two. I imagine that the same method works for making those warmer hats, beanies. Yeah, this is like pretty much everything is just like knit and purl stitches. I think there are some exceptions. There are some like different like specialty stitches probably, but most of the time just knitting in general is just making those knit and purl stitches in the correct order. So like this many knit stitches, this many purl stitches, and so on. Like for example, this is stockinette stitch. So this is just one row of knit stitches, one row of knit stitches, one row of purl stitches, one row of knit stitches, and so on. And this creates this this kind of smooth surface. And on the other side, there are those like wheat-looking pattern. And yeah, like sometimes you can also find like some fancy patterns, like some kind of Celtic stuff. Like I don't know how they are called. Like you know those like lines that cross each other and create this fancy pattern. So yeah, there is stuff like that, and I'm not actually sure yet how those are created, but I assume they are also just knit and purl stitches in the correct order. It's probably just doing purl stitches, like purl stitches, knit stitches, purl stitches, and so on, and then on another row you just like shift it slightly, like you are probably supposed to do purl stitches one column next to the previous row. I would assume that that's how it's done. So yeah, when you look at the knitting patterns, they are basically just written instructions of do this many rows or do one row of only knit stitches, one row of only purl stitches, one row of alternating 2 knit stitches, 2 purl stitches, and so on. So yeah, the entire thing doesn't seem very complicated, but first of all you have to, of course, develop the like dexterity of handling the needles, and then I did 3 purl stitches, and then you also have to keep attention. You have to like count how many knit stitches, how many purl stitches you've done, because otherwise you can end up with like this big piece of knitted fabric and realize that you are off by 1 or something. That's why it's relaxing, it's a repetitive task. Yeah, it is repetitive, but I hope I hope that with time it can become more automatic, that you don't actually have to actively keep attention and count those stitches. You of course have to actually look at them, but I hope that repeating the pattern of for example two knit stitches, 2 purl stitches can become intuitive. You can switch to autopilot, because otherwise you wouldn't actually be able to do anything else, like listening to audiobook, for example, because you have to be actively keeping attention. And I do want to listen to audiobooks, so I do it while doing that. They use tiny clips to do the counting, and yes, but if you become super fast, like typing on keyboard. Yeah, I assume that you of course have to actively count for some more complicated patterns, for some actual patterns, some fancy shapes. But I mean, for just reading, for just actual repeating pattern, actual just lines, I hope that for those you can just do the autopilot style. Like if you lose count, it's not that big of a deal, because you can actually see the difference. I don't know if this can focus close enough, but yeah, in here in here I can see that these two are purl stitches and those two are knit stitches, because those have this this like single ring of yarn in front, like this loop in front and here in front, and those two don't have this loop in front. So if I would lose count, I can just look, and then I see what I'm supposed to do next. But like especially on this scale, looking is quite hard. It takes time, so I can't just be constantly looking and constantly depending on the fact that I'm looking. And yeah, now I have to look again. Yeah, this is knit stitch. I can't be depending on the fact that I'm looking, because it would take like 50 times as long. So I have to actually count. And I'm noticing that as I'm talking, as I'm like answering or responding, I'm worse at keeping count. I have to look at the previous stitches more often, because I'm losing count. And yeah, typing super fast on keyboard. I wish I could type super fast on keyboard. With learning how to type properly on a keyboard, I just hit a wall, and I couldn't really get any faster. And this wall was not very far. Many people would consider my like top speed to be very extremely slow. Okay, another row done. Once you make enough socks, you can do it with your eyes closed. I don't think that's like possible ever for anyone, because you have to actively look to like push the needle in the correct spot. I don't think it's possible to like literally do it with your eyes closed. It is very possible, and I'm already doing that, kind of, slowly starting doing that. That I'm just looking, and I'm not really processing, like consciously processing what I'm looking at. I'm just like subconsciously looking at those all those loops, and targeting the loops. But I still have to actually look. In a keyboard, any word can come at you, but knowing the word is the same. Wait, what? In a keyboard, any word can come at you, but in knitting, the word is the same. Oh, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. Yeah, I guess. That's kind of interesting analogy. It is kind of like typing the same word over and over again. I bet a sock machine is macro key. Maybe. I don't know how to think about the sock machine. Because it's also operated in a completely different way than just knitting. Because with macro key, you're also pressing a key, so you're doing kind of the same action as typing normal words, but with sock knit sock knitting machine or knitting machine in general, you are doing the completely different action. You are not actually holding needles. You are either turning a crank in terms of in the case of sock knitting machine, or in for normal straight knitting machine, you are pushing this carriage back and forth. And now purl stitches. So yeah, I don't know how to think about that. No, still purl stitch. Maybe it would be more like having a button on your, in the software and clicking it with your mouse. Having a button that would insert a word or insert a bunch of words. This is supposed to be a knit stitch. And also at starting soon. Out of ads, yeah, I can see that. I do have a timer saying when the ads start and when it's over. It's just that I'm not always looking at it. 2, 2, 2, 2. So one more purl stitch. And then knit stitches. And the last one. It would be nice to have some better interface for Twitch and for other stuff. For Twitch, for YouTube. For YouTube it would be probably more complicated. But yeah, at least for chat, I would like to have a better interface than just the like Twitch dashboard in the web browser. That's quite annoying. I wonder if there are some libraries for displaying Twitch chat and for Go, because Go has the Bubble Tea framework for creating CLI applications or 2EI applications, and they look quite nice, and I was actually trying them. Like, I was actually trying to use this framework a bit, and it's fairly easy. So that would be, I think, a good option. And it would be it would be nice if there was some kind of library for like connecting to Twitch chat. Then I would be able to use a terminal client for that, and it would be superior because it would be a terminal client. Okay, let's start another row. Knit stitch, knit stitch. I really hope that knitting will be like perfect activity for listening to audiobooks and just listening to stuff in general. Keeping me occupied just enough to not lose focus. Keep attention to the audiobook, but also not occupy too much, so that I would be actually distracted by knitting. I hope that it will be in a perfect middle spot. Because just doing knitting would be, I think, quite a waste of time. Because I don't really treat this as a hobby, as most stuff I do. I'm learning knitting because I want knitted items, namely socks. So yeah, it's just the tool to get my desired outcome. And yeah, because of that, because I'm not really treating knitting recreationally, I do think it would be quite a waste of time if I was just doing knitting and nothing else. So because of that, I would like to like simultaneously do some multitasking and simultaneously and do both knit my socks and listen to audiobooks in different languages to practice listening comprehension. And if this will actually go according to plan with all of the languages that I intend to learn, I think I will knit socks for the entire city. The world is here to go conquer it. It is quite possible that I will actually start selling socks. If I will have my supply bigger than demand, it is quite possible that I will have my supply bigger than demand, because I was actually doing some calculations, and my current socks I have for about 3 years, I think. So if I have 8 pair of socks for 3 years, that would mean to keep them up, to keep 8 pairs like continuously, I would have to make half a sock a month. So that's not that much. I'm pretty sure I would do more than half a sock a month if I would be like doing this every day, doing knitting while while learning languages. Okay, this was supposed to be a purl stitch. There is a co-work streamer, and all they do is knit. They sell knits. I really, I really think that they sell knitted pieces that they dislike. Okay, this one is came out quite nice, so I'm gonna keep it for myself. And this one is kind of shit, so I'm gonna sell it. Someone else can have it. Yeah, it is. You got it. It is fairly understandable, I think. Um, mm, okay, knit stitch. I sometimes think that if I'm gonna have a child someday in the future, their peers are gonna be very confused. Like it's probably gonna be like, oh, you can knit? Yeah, my father taught me. Or you can do woodworking? Yeah, my father taught me. You can do welding? Yeah, my father taught me. Or you can speak Latin? Yeah, my father taught me. Like and then they're gonna be like, who the fork is your father? Why are they able to do everything? Um, did I? What did I do in here? Here. Oh, I see. This is Pearl Stitch. You collect MP jars? Yeah, of course. Like, of course I'm gonna well, I'm gonna. If I will have a child someday, then I would definitely tell them to like reuse the stuff and like care for stuff, for items. To not want to throw away things. Oh, you saw Edradian code straight from the source books? My father taught me how to change car oil and change car tires. I don't think we ever change car tires in here. At my house, we always change just the entire wheel. We have a lot of wheels. So yeah, we never bother with actually changing tires. I think my father did actually change like only tires a couple of times, but those were on like special occasions, special situations. Like it's mostly, I think, because the like previous tire was broken, not because of winter season. I meant wheel and bolt remove, put new bolt on. Yeah, when I had my first car, my dad would just give me tires, he would just give me wheels, and he would expect that I have to change them myself without any help. Like I'm either gonna change them myself or I'm not gonna have winter tires. In this household, we are not gonna use the services of some like tire changing shop. And of course, I was actually doing that before I had my first car. Like this, it wasn't the first time I ever changed a wheel on a car. Be right back, getting something to drink. Okay. Counterclockwise and out. And the last one, counterclockwise and out. Okay, this is really hard on my legs. Or maybe even specifically on my pelvis. Sitting is hard. Why is sitting so hard? Okay, let's do another row. And I have 10 minutes until the end of the stream, so I wonder how much will I do in 10 minutes. Like probably the entire row, but I don't think I will manage to do 2 of them. Wait. Yeah, this is still supposed to still be a purl stitch. 1. And then on the other, on the next one, knit stitch. And another knit stitch. My sister like to shred paper by hand with scissors. I always ask, why not buy paper shredder device? It costs money. That would be my reason. Unless it happens super often and with very big quantities of paper, I also wouldn't buy a shredder device. I wish you would take up knitting, relaxed, repetitive procedure. You know, I bet honestly that's the true reason. Three reasons like that. She sees it as a waste of money. Yeah, I assume the paper shredders are not free. And if something is not free, it's expensive. Sometimes when something is free, it's also expensive. It happens. For some items, being free is not enough. I would have to like get money for getting an item. Out of ads. Yes, out of ads. Yeah, I recently realized that, very recently, I think even today, I realized that with my new social media instance, with my Akoma instance, I do have actually a server now, like an external server, so I can use, make use of Ko-Fi API. Because for this API you need webhooks, and for using webhooks you need webhooks. Yeah, they're like webhooks and sockets. So yeah, webhooks. It only offers webhooks, and for using webhooks you need some kind of server, because you have to have some kind of address that webhook can actually to which webhook can actually connect. And in the past, when I was creating Ko-Fi profile, I read that and then I just ignored it, basically. I stopped thinking about this because I didn't have a server. I didn't have any way to create a webhook, but now I actually do. So maybe I could create some kind of app, some kind of integration with the donations. What do you mean, being free? I was saying that, that I assume paper shredders are not free, and when something is not free, it's expensive. And sometimes, even when something is free, it's also expensive. Like for some items, I would have to actually get money to get them. So yeah, looks like this is the end of the stream. It took me about 8 minutes, 9 minutes, probably 8 minutes to do this this row. So yeah, single or not single, repetitive, I guess. Repetitive knit stitch or purl stitch takes about 4 minutes, and looks like the alternating stitches or ribbing takes about 8 minutes, so twice as long. To sell knits, usually to sell the knits you really don't like. This will be great when done. Like, by this you mean this? Like actually this? This is not anything in particular. This is just practice piece. So I'm just doing random stuff to it, and I'm just gonna rip it after I'm done. I'm just gonna rip it and then actually start making actual socks. Regarding Ko-Fi, rephrasing the previous point about making bad joke. Oh, on Ko-Fi selling knits I don't want. Maybe. It would be actually interesting idea. How, like, I never actually explored this part of Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi.com. How does that work? Login. This will be annoying. Login. And then 2FA. Where is Ko-Fi? Here. Okay, and let's see. Not now. What's in here? Payments and orders. Membership, shop. Set up your shop items and see shop sales. Status open. Product, add product. Physical item. Contact details, categories, sharing, additional info. Okay, maybe. Maybe in the future I will actually do it. That would be interesting. And I guess I could actually sell it for more, because like there is of course like just the work itself. So they are already fairly expensive, like hand knitted stuff like that. But then like the price would be even higher because it's also partially support for me. So yeah, I guess I could sell socks for sell socks or other knitted pieces for more money on Ko-fi than on Etsy, for example. I'll go for Etsy too. If it's free, I think it's free. Again, Ko-fi. I don't think I have to pay anything to like set up the shop in here. I'm pretty sure it's the same as with any other kind of donation, like membership and one-time donations. But yeah, that's the time to end the stream. Even past the time to end the stream. There is a bunny and make yarn from shredding a whisker. Buy the bunny to make yarn out of it. I wonder if bunny is cheaper because you have to feed it and care for it. It's definitely cheaper. Like there is no way that bunny wouldn't be cheaper because like yarn like that is not made out of just thin air. So like let's say they are making this out of bunny hair, and they would also have to feed the bunny and care for it. So yeah, if you're gonna do that yourself, it's definitely gonna be cheaper because you don't have any kind of like overhead. Bunny hair is soft. Yeah, you don't have any kind of overhead because if the like bunny fur and then yarn and so on goes through multiple hands, like let's say someone is actually raising the bunny, they are gonna take a cut when they are selling the fur, and then like someone spins the yarn and they are also gonna take the cut and so on. So yeah, if you're gonna do everything yourself, there is no way it wouldn't be cheaper. Unless like those bunnies that they are using and for like commercial yarn, unless they are fed just some worst kind of crap and living very unhealthily, and you wouldn't be willing to do that because of ethical reasons. So yeah, that I think is only possibility that it would be actually more expensive to raise it yourself. But yeah, so that's it for today, and see you tomorrow for a bit more knitting and possibly actually starting making socks, because in here this is going pretty well, I think. This is pretty consistent and I didn't mess up in those entire section and like this and all those rows and this entire section. So yeah, it is possible that tomorrow I will feel actually ready. So yeah, see you tomorrow for some sock knitting, finally. Bye.